Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 4th Jakarta International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies, or GCOMS 2025, hosted with pride by Politeknik Negeri Media Kreatif, or Polimedia. Before we begin, allow us to respectfully acknowledge the distinguished guests and attendants today. The Honorable Director of Politeknik Negeri Media Kreatif, Dr. Tipri Raskartika MM, the Honorable Vice Director of Academic Affairs, Dr. Handika Dani Rahmayati MSI, the Honorable Vice Director of General Affairs and Finance, Dr. M. Yunus Fitriadi MM, the Honorable Vice Directors of Student Affairs, Ms. Anindita Budiastuti MM, our esteemed speakers, Deputy Minister for Media Creativity, Ministry of Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia, Ms. Agustini Rahayu, Dr. Carl Kirolian from Avila University, USA, Professor Sun Ching from Chengdu College, China, lecturer and Indonesian public figure, Mr. Bayu Oktara, Director of Orient Matahari Studios, South Korea, Mr. Jung Jae-ik, our esteemed moderator, Dr. Zal Zulifa, MPD, also our distinguished presenters, participants, and guests. It is our honor to serve as your masters of ceremony for today's event. I'm Dia Turfaila, and my partner, Rana Agustin. Over the course of our time together, we will explore, exchange, and elevate ideas at the intersection of creative industries, digital media, design, technology, and multidisciplinary research. To begin today's event, I would like to invite you all to rise up from your seats to sing together the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you, please be seated. To proceed, we will now show the profile video of our host institution, Polimedia.
Selamat datang di Politeknik Negeri Media Kreatif. Kami hadir sebagai institusi pendidikan yang berfokus pada pengembangan industri kreatif yang berbasis wirausaha. Berawal dari Pusat Grafika Indonesia, kemudian direvitalisasi menjadi lembaga pendidikan Politeknik Negeri Media Kreatif pada tahun 2008. Berlokasi di Jakarta, kampus Polimedia juga hadir di Medan dan Makassar. Dalam tugasnya mencetak generasi unggul, Polimedia menerapkan nilai budaya, yaitu kompeten, responsif, etik, akuntabel, terpercaya, inovatif, dan futuristik. Kurikulum disusun sesuai kebutuhan industri dengan metode pembelajaran project based learning yang menunjang mahasiswa berkarya dan bereksperimen serta berdampak nyata. Polimedia memiliki 4 jurusan dengan 15 program studi unggulan di bidang media dan industri kreatif. Jurusan Teknologi Industri, Sarjana Terapan Teknologi Rekayasa Pengemasan, Diploma 3 Teknik Grafika, Diploma 3 Pemeliharaan Mesin, Jurusan Desain, Sarjana Terapan Desain Mode, Animasi, Teknologi Rekayasa Multimedia, Teknologi Permainan, dan Diploma 3 Desain Grafis. Jurusan Komunikasi, Sarjana Terapan Produksi Film dan Televisi, Diploma 3 Penerbitan, Periklanan, Penyiaran, dan Diploma 3 Fotografi. Jurusan Pariwisata, Sarjana Terapan Pengelolaan Perhotelan, dan Diploma 3 Seni Kuliner. Polimedia kini telah membuka S2 Magister Terapan Pemasaran, Inovasi, dan Teknologi. Mahasiswa Polimedia telah menorehkan banyak prestasi di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kami membangun jejaring pentahelix dengan industri, dunia usaha, institusi pemerintah, dan komunitas kreatif. Selain dosen yang unggul dalam industri kreatif, tenaga pengajar di Polimedia juga melibatkan para praktisi industri. Mereka mengajar, membimbing, serta menciptakan mahasiswa yang unggul dan mampu bersaing di dunia kerja pada lingkup global. Politeknik Negeri Media Kreatif menjadi rumah bagi para kreator muda dan inovator yang visioner untuk membangun peradaban kreatif menuju generasi emas 2045. Polimedia berkomitmen untuk terus maju, bertransformasi, dan berdampak pada ekosistem kreatif Indonesia.
Polimedia berkomitmen meningkatkan kualitas pendidikan melalui metode pembelajaran yang up-to-date dan selaras dengan dunia industri.
Now, it is my pleasure to invite the chair of the organizing committee,
Ms. Zainab SSMSE to the stage to deliver the opening remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great honor to welcome all participants to the 4th GCOMS 2025 Jakarta International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies toward Creative Industries. We extend our highest appreciation to the Director of State Polytechnic of Media Creative, Dr. Tibirus Kartika MM, Vice Directors, Head of Departments, distinguished guests, keynote speaker, and all participants for their support and contribution to this event. We are privileged to host distinguished keynote speakers here with us, Ms. Agustini Rahayu, the Deputy Minister of Media Creativity at Ministry of Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia, Professor Sun King from Chengdu Technician College, China, Dr. Carl Kureglian from Avila University, United States of America, Mr. Jung Jae-ik from Orient Matahari Studio, South Korea. GCOMS 2025 theme is Creative Partnership in the Digital Era, empowering creative industries for global excellence, with 5 main topics of interest. First, digital media and creative content. Second, industrial technology in creative media. Third, tourism and hospitality innovation. Fourth, fashion, lifestyle and design. And the fifth, creative economy policy and ecosystem. We are pleased to announce this year's conference received a total of 70 paper submissions comprising contributions from the internal State Polytechnic of Media Creative and other several national institutions, and 8 papers from the international papers, including Malaysia, South Korea, and also China. This diversity of participations demonstrates the growing recognition of GCOM as the global platform for multidisciplinary scholarly exchange. My deepest appreciation to our keynote speakers, my distinguished guests, presenter, reviewer, and partners for organizing this event so it will become successful. To all participants, I encourage you to engage actively, build meaningful network, and may this conference inspire new ideas, foster collaboration, and advance creative partnership in the digital era. That's all for me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the inspiring words, Ms. Zainab.
The next event would be a greeting from the Head of Research and Community Service at Polymedia, Mr. Adrian SSE MSN.
Good morning, everyone. It is an honor for us here to welcome our Honorable Director, Tibirus Kartika MM, Vice Director, Head Department, and lecturers of Polytechnic Media Creative, distinguished speakers, honored guests, presenter, colleague, researchers, students, and all people that coming in here today. It is a pleasure for us. It is really a pleasure and a moment of pride to welcome you all to the 4th Jakarta International Conference of Multidisciplinary Studies Towards Creative Industry, GCOMS 2025. We are deeply grateful and to our distinguished keynote speaker, Ibu Agustini Rahayu. Thank you so much, Ibu. from the Ministry of Creative Economy of Republic of Indonesia, whose insight and leadership continue to inspire the growth of Indonesia creative sector. We also honored to have our invited speakers, Dr. Carl from the Avila University. Thank you, Doctor. Professor Sun Sing, am I correct to say your name? Thank you so much. From Chengdu Industry and Trade College, China. Mr. Jung Jae-ik, Orient Matahari Studio, South Korea. Welcome, Mr. Mr. Bayu Oktara, lecturer and TV host from Indonesia. I think this is a joy, yeah? This is a joy and pride moment for us in Polytechnic Negeri Media Creative to welcome you all in GCOM 2025. Our theme this year is Creative Partnership in Digital Era, Empowering Creative Industry for Global Excellence. It's more than a phrase, it is call to action. A reminder that each of us here holds the power to shape the future of creativity, not just in Indonesia, but also in the world. Today, we stand at a point in time where ideas have no borders, where innovation can be born anywhere, and where creativity is a truly global language. And yet, creativity only grows when it's shared, when minds meet, when perspectives collide, and when we dare to explore what lies beyond the familiar. This is why GCOM exists, not only for us to present, but to ignite the curiosity, to build bridges, and to encourage collaboration that continues long after the final session ends. As a center responsible for research, community service, and publication at Polytechnic Negeri Media Creative, we have a mission, both academic and deeply human, to ensure that knowledge is not only written and spoken, but lived, applied, and felt by the communities and industry who need it the most. And I believe that within this room, there are ideas that can transform industries and transform the world. That's why the collaboration begin today and shape the future of creative economy tomorrow. To each of one of you, thank you for bringing your passion, your insight, and your willingness to grow. And let us collaborate not only for today, but for the creative future we are building together. With sincere appreciation to all organization teams, partners, participants, everyone that involved in making this GCOMs happen, we are really, truly grateful and thank you. Once again, welcome to GCOMs 2005. May this be the beginning of something greater that any of us can create together. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Adrians. And now, please welcome the Director of Polymedia, Dr. Tipri Roskartika, to deliver the opening speech and to officially open GCOMs 2025.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to GCOM 2025. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam Kebajikan. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished keynote and invited speakers, respected colleagues, researchers, practitioners of the creative industries, students, and all participants. First and foremost, let us express our gratitude to God Almighty for allowing us to gather here today at the 4th Jakarta International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies Toward Creative Industries with theme Creative Partnership in the Digital Era, Empowering Creative Industries for the Global Excellence. On behalf of Polytechnic Negeri Media Creative, I am deeply grateful for our distinguished keynote speaker, Ms. Agustini Rahayu, from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, whose insight and leadership continue to inspire the growth on Indonesia creative sector. Give applause for her, please. And we are also honored to have with us our invited speaker, Dr. Carl Kenfolden from Avila University, USA, Prof. Sun King from Chengdu Technician College from China, and Mr. Jung Jae-ik, film director and creative storyteller from South Korea, I think the Orient Matahari, and Mr. Bayu Oktara, lecturer and TV host from Indonesia. Let's give a round of applause for invited speakers. Thank you very much for invited speaker. Your participation enriches this conference with global perspective, encouraging dialogue across culture and discipline, exactly what GCOM stands for. Thank you. The theme reflects the significant transformation we are experiencing today. Digitalization has reshaped how we create, communicate, collaborate, and innovate. The creative industry are no longer merely part culture, but have become a strategic driver of economic growth, powered by idea, identity, and human talent. Through this conference, we aim to create a space for intellectual exchange, interdisciplinary collaboration, and knowledge co-creation involving academia, professionals, industry partners, and creative communities from various countries. As an institution committed to developing future-ready creative talents, Polytechnic Negeri Media Creative continues to strengthen its role a bridge between research, technology, creative practice, and show industry relevance. We strongly believe the creativity must be supported by research beside insight, technological adoption, and an enabling ecosystem to ensure sustainability development of the creative economy. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to our keynote and invited speakers, all collaboration institutions, the organizing committee, and all participants who have contributed to making GCOM 2025 a reality. To all presenters and attendees, I encourage you to engage actively, ask questions, share your perspective, and explore your possibilities for collaboration. May this conference inspire new ideas, academic contribution, and meaningful partnership for global creative excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's my honor to officially open the 4th GCOM 2025 conference. Thank you. I wish you an insightful and productive conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om, Santi, 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 Om. We say Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. 4th GCOM 2025 conference is open.
Thank you, Dr. Tipri Roskartika, for your vision and welcome message.
Up next, we'll present a welcoming performance of Jaipong dance. Please enjoy and give a big round of applause.
Thank you to the performers and all involved behind the scenes.
Before we proceed to our keynote session, may I invite our distinguished speakers, guests, organizing committee members, and special invitees to come forward for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, you may step on the stage for a group photograph. For distinguished speakers, guests, and organizing committee members. Honor to welcome and introduce our keynote speaker, Deputy Minister for Media Creativity, Ministry of Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia, Ms. Agustini Rahayu.
So I guess that I have to stand here in the podium, or should I sit? I don't know. What's the arrangement? Huh? Okay, okay, I'll go with stand here in the podium then. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here at GCOM 2025,
And I'd like once again to express my appreciation to Ibu Tipri Rose, Dr. Tipri Rose Kartika, as the director of Polymedia, for hosting this inspiring event, and of course for all the distinguished speakers, international speakers from USA, Chengdu, China, and then South Korea, as well as later on you will meet Bayu Oktara, the lecturer and TV host from Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow academician, this is the right time, I think, to introduce our ministry. My name is Agustini Rahayu, and people usually call me IU, you know, I and you. So it's easier to remember. So here you see that our conference today is about international conference on multidisciplinary studies toward creative industries. So I'm from Ministry of Creative Economy. You see that the logo on the center is the logo of our previous ministry. Our previous ministry is Tourism and Creative Economy. But now we divided into two major ministry to be focused more on each main sectors, which are tourism, standalone, and then now standalone Ministry of Creative Economy. This is a good thing that after 80 years of Indonesia independence, this is the first time that our government rely on creative economy as this important. So they need to establish one special ministry that oversee creative industry. So it's matched with what we are going to discuss today in this international conference. So creative industry, it seems to be a main key discussion today. So I'm happy for that. And this shows our hexahelix collaboration strategy is really matched with what we are going to collapse. I mean collaboration, not collapse, because it's different term, right, Mr. Carl? So, yeah. So, creative industries. That's very interesting term that we have to discuss, because there's creativity is something that people understand in terms of words, but for me, the deep understanding on creativity in terms of industry is we have to have more discussion and socialization or publication about this terminology. So once again, thank you for Polytechnic Negeri Media Kreatif, Polymedia, for this opportunity. Creative planner in digital era. This is a highly relevant, as I already conveyed just now. It speaks to how we can leverage creativity and technology to build global competitiveness, because we cannot not being agile to the dynamic of technology as well as creative industry. So we live in era where the boundaries between disciplines are fading. We see that art, we just see the dancers just now. We met, this art meets technology with audio technology and all. And then economy meets culture, of course. When our actors, creative actors, do their creation, ideally it has to follow with the economic additional value of economic side. And then creativity becomes a universal language. Like I said, that creativity is known as the world, but how we understand the creativity is the other understanding. So let us begin with a brief reflection on the evolution of human economies. I will be not too long to convey all the keynote, but we have to see this, I think, that in the past, wealth was measured by natural resources, right? And then came the Industrial Revolution. In this slide you can see, came the Industrial Revolution that transforming everything into capital and machine-based economy. And this was followed by the information economy, where data and knowledge became the main assets. And now, today, we are entered a new phase, the creative economy, where the highest value comes from a human imagination and innovation. So this transformation illustrates how the focus of economic growth has shifted from labor-intensive natural resources industries to capital-intensive industries. And now toward creation in intensive innovation and creativity. So this is where we believe that creativity is the new engine of growth for this era. Indonesia creative economy is not a standalone entity. Like I said, that collaboration is very important. We have hexahelic strategies for collaboration, which includes academician, business side, and the community as well. It emerged from the intersection of culture, technology, and entrepreneurship. These three main domains are supporting this ecosystem. Ibu Dr. Tipri just mentioned about cultural creativity just now in her welcoming speech. And then the second one is design creativity in our ministry. The priority is including that, the design creativity. And then the third cluster is all about digital and media creativity. That includes film, animation, music, advertising, publishing, photography, television and radio that quite match with what you have in polytechnic, creative polytechnic ini. And then at the Ministry of Creative Economy, our vision is very clear that we are keen to build a competitive, inclusive, and sustainable creative ecosystem. So the ecosystem is the key here, because we are not standalone. Creativity is not standalone entity. It's an ecosystem, and this is the summary of our ministry vision. If I may share, like I said, that we are keen to be the new engine of growth. So, like a rocket carrying us toward process, we have a dual objective to create quality employment opportunities and to enhance national competitiveness and self-reliance on the global stage. And then, if I may share more, we can go to our strategy on the next slide. On the next slide, we have here, it consists of four, if you see here, it consists of four long-term stages that will strengthen. You see on the above of this slide, you see strengthen, promote, amplify, and remarkable. So this is all the phases that focus on every steps that creative economy master plan that we built and trying to establish starting this year up to at least 5 years forward. And then our main goal is 2045 on Indonesia Golden Indonesia Emas. So Indonesia golden era. So finally, all the process will come to the positioning Indonesia as a global creative trendsetter. So it's like positive vibes of our ministry, right? To ensure that growth, of course, the creative economy is equitable to targeted. We have like this master plan translated into program that we launched of this slide. It shows 8 key programs that we call Asta Creative Economy. You will have to explore more because we have only limited time. I will discuss this later on more detail if you wish. But for this keynote, I will just skip and to show you that to ensure that the growth of the creative economy is equitable and targeted, we have identified 15 priority location across Indonesia. You can see this location which are highlighted in yellow in this Indonesian map. It shows the destination that possess a great potential to become new growth centers and incubators for creative talent. So the creative economy sectors doesn't just produce entertainment, ladies and gentlemen. It creates economic value, employment, and cultural diplomacy. So the creative economy is actually have achieved, you can see these numbers. I also not going to discuss this to details because it's gonna took me 2 days to, to talk about all our achievement. So since our time is very limited, you can see these numbers, and then if you wish to ask or discuss this more further, we will have another session after. And in the next slide, you can see that I would love to share that based on investment data, the top 3 subsectors with the highest investment are application in the digital subsector, and then fashion and craft, indicating that these markets are already well established. So this is our 3 top portfolio globally. Meanwhile, the 3 subsectors that follows on the investment is photography, interior design, and visual communication design. So it includes all the visual communication sectors, including film, animation, and all. And then in terms of export in this slide, you can see that Indonesia's creative products are currently dominated by fashion, craft, and culinary sectors. And if you can see on the left-hand side on my left-hand side, you can see that especially there's major destination countries that we aim. I mean, these countries is the one who absorb Indonesian creative economy, which are United States, Switzerland, Singapore, Japan, and the United Arab Emirates. So with the BPS, I mean the National Statistic Bureau, their data shows that Indonesia's achievement, including the unemployment reached 7.46 million people, with over 82% coming from the youth group age of 15 to 39. So, and yet in this slide, you can also see that creative economy continues to grow rapidly. This number of creative professionals increased from 19 million in 2020 to over 26 million in 2024. So averaging like 8% growth per year. So this proves that the creative economy is not just a space for expression, like I said, but this is a real solution for a job creation and youth empowerment. So with Gen Z and millennials dominating the sectors, the creative economy has become a driving force for digital innovation and new entrepreneurship. Uh, Looking ahead 2026, ladies and gentlemen, according to our master plan, the Creative Economy Master Plan, our key target for 2026 are, of course, investment, additional value from investment, export value, as well as creative economy workforce. You can see the numbers here, our target, and then here we would love to invite you to collaborate to achieve this target, because this creative economy industry, I mean, creative industries is the new economy, in fact. So to achieve this goal, we have prepared several strategic flagship program that strengthen both the overall creative economy ecosystem and the specific value chain of each subsector, from upstream production to downstream market sustainability. Because on the upstream phase is where the additional economic values will happen. So this slide shows you the key program that related to creative entrepreneurships. To remain competitive, ladies and gentlemen, we must always anticipate future market dynamics, because creative industry is very dynamic. Based on the tourism and creative economy outlook, the one that we forecast last year, we have identified 5 key trends that are shaping consumer behavior and opening new opportunities, like what you see here in this slide, which are local is the new luxury, experiential culinary experience, and then retro futurism, sustainable fashion, social media marketing. So this is where the digital platform is very important and influential. And the trend we just discussed translate directly to 5 high value opportunities for creative entrepreneurships, especially in the digital space. Here you can see that AI-driven creativity, number 1. Here AI is emerging as a powerful co-creators. This means AI can assist indie creators in producing professional grade content. Design, script, or music is at a very low cost, accelerating the creation process. So this one has to have, very careful of policy use of AI. So the number 2 here, we see that niche storytelling and deep fandoms. This means that the market is shifting from mass appeal to hyper-specific communities. So here, that independent creators and brand have a huge opportunity to target highly loyal micro market and deep fandom. And the third one, we can see that immersive and experiential media. So as audience today crave very unique high value engagement, there is demand to combine digital and physical realities, utilizing AR, VR, live events, or even the metaverse for unforgettable experiences. So number 4, we can see that creative AI entrepreneurship is also something that we have to focus on. So this technological shift is birthing entirely new professions. New roles like AI content designer, creative technologies, and AI ethic curator are becoming highly sought after. And the last one, but not the least, is intersectoral collaboration between creators, technologies, and academic is vital for ethical and sustainable governance of AI. This creates immense opportunity for creativepreneurs to innovate across subsectors and industries. And beyond all this, we have policy and investment sustainable creative growth relies on our individual mindset and community support. You can see here the next step that we put in the plan. And then next, I'd like to showcase several successful intellectual properties examples of outstanding creativepreneurs in creative industries. These success stories are not just highlights, they serve as a proof points of the immense and enduring potential of creative entrepreneurs as key drivers of our future economy. Here you can see our success story for this creative industries process. Fashion and IP licensing here. A global ambition is possible. This is our local IP that already go global. So look at our local brand, the collaboration between Aerostreet and global IPs like Doraemon demonstrate that the manufacture quality and creative vision of the Indonesian creative entrepreneur are ready for the world stage. It tells every local entrepreneurs that your brand can and should think globally from the day one. So again, in the next slide, you can see our digital content, culture as commercial capital. Here, the digital content, the example of our game IPs, the game Selera Nusantara proves that cultural assets like Indonesian traditional cuisine can be successfully digitized and commercialized. This is a massive opportunity for every digital creativepreneurs that tells us that your local wisdom is your most valuable and sustainable source of new global content. And then the next one, it shows that global validation for the universal appeals. Here you can see that Pikachu batik moment. So Pikachu wearing batiks here. When a mega global IP like Pokemon chooses to honor an integrated Indonesian batik, it validates the universal market appeal of our culture. And thank you, Mr. Carl, for using our batik. So we have to know. So give an applause for our batik that used for, thank you again, Mr. Carl. And then this should energize every creativepreneurs. The demand for genuine cultural fusion is high. It's very high here. And your creative input is highly valued globally. So the collaboration, the next. Before we know about the tahi lalat, this is actually the local IP that already have a place, high place in creative industry in Indonesia. And this IPs has already have collaboration with global IPs as well. But here, our only national carrier, Garuda Indonesia, as well as the train, PT KAI. PT KAI is our train company that have a critical lesson in monetization of this IP. So we put our IP in Garuda Indonesia, so Garuda fly internationally, right? to Korea, to China, to US. We don't fly directly anymore, but to Europe we do, to Amsterdam. So by using this IP with IP local, I mean tahi lalat in Garuda livery, it helps the local IP to promote nationally. So they show that this strong intellectual property can be licensed across large public sector, creating new revenue stream and of course brand values. So for a creative planner, your IP is scale business asset, not just an artwork. That's the thing that you have to always put as a top of mind in the creative industry. It is not just an artwork. This is a scalable business asset. So, yeah, this one is our IPs, our local IPs that has go globally. See, Juki has been have a showcase just now, just a week ago, a licensing show, biggest licensing show that centered in actually in US, in Las Vegas licensing show. But in this regional, Asia Pacific regional, it usually held in Hong Kong. But last week, there's a new licensing show in ASEAN countries that just opened in Thailand. So Juki has just showcased their IPs in this international licensing show, as well as Jumbo. Jumbo already shows in more than 40 market right now globally. And then like you see, there's an Ani Wayang, so that's combined the Wayang, our national puppet, and animation. So this Ani Wayang just showcased in Turkey just now. So it's all just an example of a few of our international, local IP that went international already. So to the researcher, practitioners, and future leaders gathered at this very important event, GCOMS 2025, our presentation has shown that Ministry of Creative Economy, that we call Kemenekraf, Kementerian Ekonomi Kreatif, role is that of an unwavering enabler and accelerators. Our ministry's mission is to secure the foundation through IP protection, strategic financing, and digital infrastructure so that Indonesian creativity can thrive globally. We are here to fulfill the core objective of this conference to foster international collaboration and accelerate innovation in the line with global sustainable development goals, of course. So the success story of local IPs that I just show in the slides, partnering with global giants, and our impressive economic growth proof that ecosystem is working. Now, we look to you, the creative preneurs, to take the baton. So the digital era demands bold, agile, and culturally rooted businesses. We urge you to leverage your unique Indonesian heritage, embrace new technologies like AI, and think beyond the domestic market. Your creativity is the most potent engine of growth we have, ladies and gentlemen. The one that went to creative industries in this Polytechnic Negeri Media Kreatif. So let us seize moment together to ensure the Indonesian creative industry achieve the global excellence we all aspire to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the inspiring words, Miss Agustini Rahayu.
Next, we invite back Ms. Agustini Rahayu and Dr. Tipri Roskartika to the stage to give the certificate of appreciation. And Ms. Agustini Rahayu, you may enter the stage. For the next session, we will invite our distinguished speakers, Dr. Carl Kerolian from Avila University, USA, and Professor Sun Qing from Chengdu College, China. This session will be led by our very accomplished moderator, Dr. Zalzulifa, MPD.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming our moderator and speaker to the stage.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Ocha, as the director of Polymedia, and so Agustini Rahayu as a inner insight about creative economy. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, let's me invite the two speakers. Yeah, Kars Korglian, that's right, from United States, Avila University. Actually, I'd been in Columbus 3 months. I visit Hemisphere, right? And the second is, of course, Mr. Jung Daik. Oh, Sun King, all right. Sun King from Chengdu Technician College, China. All right, please sit down, please. Actually, we have three speakers, right? Bayu Oktara, that's right? Bayu? Mitsuki. Mitsuki, right. Directors, Orient Matahari Studio, South Korea, all right. Okay, there are three speakers as already sit in the front of the stage, right? The first, Dr. Carl Corrigan from Avila University, USA, will explain about the building Indonesian future vocational versus academic education, right? And from Sun King, Chengdu Technical College, right? We'll talk about the digital era, entrepreneurship, and new energy vehicles. And the third, Jun Jae-ik, right? Directors, Orient Matahari Studio, South Korea, creative power in IA accelerator era. That's right. Of course, these speakers are very, very professional in their competencies. So we will give them about maybe 10 or 15 minutes first to explore about their insight. And then maybe we'll be having a question and answer for the audience, right? Maybe the first, I'll let the time for Mr. Carl Corrigan. Please, the time for yours.
Slide.
Any slide?
Hello? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here, and I'm very honored to be here at the JCOM. And I think that this is a good opportunity to talk about education. I'm an educator myself. I'm from New York, and I also work with Avila University. You can go next slide, please. And we are located in Kansas City, not Kansas, but Kansas City, Missouri. Okay, so a lot of people get confused, right? So we're a small liberal arts college in Midwest, actually the middle of the U.S., and we specialize in a lot of vocational programs, computer science. There's even a very good nursing school, education, fashion design, hospitality. So it's a university that I think helps the student in entering into the market of vocational studies, as well as also academic. And I'm here to talk about both vocational and academic processes here in Indonesia. From my observations, I travel back and forth a lot. I was educated in the United States, of course, but I've been to Indonesia many times. I spend 6 months or more here, and then go back and forth to the U.S. So I'm very happy to be here talking about Indonesia and its capabilities, and I'm very impressed that there is a creative economy ministry here. I think that's great. I wish we had that in the U.S. as well. So next slide, please. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the academic and as well as vocational, right? So I'll look in here so I can see. Okay, so the Indonesia is basically on the educational crossroads. Vocational and academic pathways offer different strengths that meet today's workforce here in Indonesia, right? And unemployment, unfortunately, in the young age, between 15 and 24, is 16%. So that's pretty tough, and I know that many universities and schools are trying to get more creative methods for the students to at least get some more jobs. So education is the backbone of Indonesia growth, yet many young people still struggle to find jobs, meaningful careers. I'm not going to lecture you like a professor, because when I lecture my students, they start to fall asleep, right? But I'm going to start to make sure that I'm going to ask a question after each of my slides. And I'm going to stand up just so I can get some breath here.
Please.
Okay. Sorry, I'm a little bit sakit. My nose is stuffy, but I will try to do my best. Okay. So at the same time, we want to make sure that we want to ask ourselves, how many of you feel your education truly prepared you for your job? Right? You don't have to answer now, but think about it. Right? How many of you feel that your education truly prepared you for your job today? All right, next slide, please.
Anybody can answer?
You don't need an answer right now, but I think it's something that to think about, right? And to think about the future students who really are, okay, I'm going to study communications. Well, how am I going to use that, right? Am I going to study communications and work in a hotel? Is that the right way to go, or is that how you want to do it? So vocational schools, 60% of senior and secondary enrollment here in Indonesia, right? University degrees remain the prestige benchmark. So we're kind of figuring out, is the academia or vocational, which is best for the student, right? So this is a debate that I know that many people have, especially at the Ministry of Education. University degrees remain the prestige benchmark. Skill mismatch continues here in Indonesia, and honestly in the United States and many other countries, right? So despite large vocational participation, employers report a shortage of practical job-ready skills right here, right? So another question, why does this gap remain, and what can we do about it? Why is there that gap, right? Again, answer to yourself, and then maybe we can discuss it. All right, next slide. Okay, vocational versus academic pathways. What's the difference between both? Is one better than the other? Are they both the same? Does Indonesia need both? or one, or more than one than the other one, right? So vocational, what's vocational? Hands-on, industry-based, faster entry into work. What's the academic side, right? Theory-driven, research-oriented, broader thinking, right? More research, more theoretical, broader thinking, all right? Both are essential to a balanced economy, a creative economy, as Buaya was saying, right? Skill mismatch persists, though. Here's an example, all right? Many graduates of hospitality and tourism vocational schools, the SMK, right? Perhotelan, lack English fluency, digital skills, right? Resulting in underemployment at local hotels rather than international hotels. This is something that's persisting here, okay? Example number 2, right? Engineering and automotive graduates often train in outdated technologies, right? Industries now need automation, robotics, especially the EV industry, which is big right now. Maintenance expertise, right? Those things, Industry 4.0 demands more skills in the curriculum of vocational schools and academic schools as well. Next question. Are you writing this down, guys? Next question, all right? Oops, go back one slide. Where should Indonesia position itself on this spectrum? Vocational, academic, what do you think? All right, next slide. All right, here's some facts that I want you guys to think about as we talk about education and vocation, right? So 4.76% total unemployment in 2025, 16% unemployment for the youth, for the younger Indonesians. That's pretty high, right? That's pretty high, right? Many graduates are underemployed or work outside their field. Like I said before, they got a degree in advertising, but they have to work now in marketing or in a hotel or in a restaurant, right? Employers cite lack of soft skills and limited technical expertise. That's what we're hearing. So, are we teaching to test or are we teaching to work? Right? Are we teaching to test? Right? Everybody takes their tests in college. They have to take their test. Or are we teaching them to work? Skills. All right, next. So, LPDP. Few countries have a scholarship endowment like LPDP. When I came here to Indonesia and I heard about LPDP, I was very impressed, right? Actually, it's a national treasure for this country, right? 35,000 scholars funded since 2012, 10,470 recipients in 2023, right, according to LPDP. Less than 10% pursue vocational and applied tech degrees. So now we got to think about how that works. Still underutilized for technical fields, right? LPDP is still underutilized for technical fields. That's something that the country also has to think about. It's a great endowment. It's almost $10 billion, right? For students to study overseas or here locally. So despite LPDP's impact, a 2024 survey by Tempo found that over 40% of returning LPDP scholars needed more than 6 months to find a job. And these are students who are coming back from the US, UK, Germany, right, with 4-year degrees. They're coming back here to Indonesia, which is required by LPDP, and they're not finding a job. It's taking a long time for them to find a job, right? And the country spent a lot of money to send them overseas, right? 27% accepted positions below their qualification level. This is underemployment, right? So they were below their quality level, all right? Private and public sector absorption remains limited. This suggests a disconnect between international training and domestic career opportunities. These are things that I know the country is working on, but it still needs some more work. All right, LPDP is Indonesia's education crown jewel, a bridge to world-class study. It is. I've seen LPDP students, met them. I met them in the United States and met them here. They are really scholars. They're very talented. Okay, imagine if more scholars applied its power to engineering, health, tech, and green industries. LPDP, unfortunately, is underutilized. More and more students need to apply to LPDP for their education. Next slide, please. So, what's the value of vocational education, right? Bridges education and the industry, right? Reduces youth unemployment, strengthens local economies through SMEs, right? Could vocational pride match academic prestige in Indonesia's future? And that you can talk, to yourself. What do you think is going to make you a better contributor to the economy? More a vocational study or more academic study? All right, next slide, please. Okay, academic strengths and limitations for the academia, if you're going to a four-year academic school, right? It builds on research, capacity, and innovation, so more creativity. Longer, costlier, and less job-aligned for many, right? And produces leaders, but not always practitioners, which we just heard now, we need more and more practicing employees in their jobs, right? Indonesia needs both innovators, and implementers. Kind of both, right, in the mix. Next slide, please. All right, let me give you an example of these Garuda schools, right? Everybody heard of the Garuda schools, right? Garuda schools are K through 12, or more high school, right? High schools that invite scholars, Indonesian scholars from all over the country, and they have 12 schools right now. We are working with two of the schools. One is in Oki, in Palembang, and one is here in Jakarta, Tamrin, right? So we're working with both of those schools. So I do, So I do get to see what's going on in these schools, and it's super, super interesting, right? So the integrated STEM, bilingualism, and entrepreneurship. They are forcing creativity to the students, which is really what's needed. Designed to cultivate global-minded graduates. These students have the capacity to go to university outside of Indonesia under the LPDP scholarship. All right? Emphasis on innovation labs and industry mentorship. So these schools are geared for Indonesia's economy. Now, another question, guys. Could Garuda schools become Indonesia's prototype for 21st century education, or will they remain an elite experiment? There's a question there. Many are complaining. Are these elite schools, or are these schools for everybody? So that's the argument they're having right now. All right, next. I have next. Okay. Academic strengths and limitations, right? Backwards, I think, right? Okay. Good. Garuda schools, challenges and opportunities. Here's what they're facing, right? Teacher training and curriculum alignment, funding sustainability. There was a big budget cut for the schools. Access to rural students. Are rural students taking advantage of the Garuda schools, right? Scaling this model across Indonesia requires strong public and private collaboration. So it's something that's ongoing right now. So another question, can Garuda schools ignite a new standard for hybrid education? Okay. Let's talk about China, okay? China-Indonesia vocational partnerships, all right, which are happening now, right? So Chinese universities now offer full scholarships to Indonesians in manufacturing, AI, robotics, right? There are now current partnerships with Zhejiang University, Nanjing Tech, together with Batam Polytechnic and Bandung State Polytechnic, all right? Graduates often return to work in Chinese-owned factories in Indonesia. A lot of the Chinese companies, particularly EV, automotive, rail, train, right? Everybody took Whoosh to Bandung, Chinese sponsored, right? So now a lot of these Chinese universities and Indonesian universities are partnering to teach Indonesians the technology to run and get knowledge of these manufacturing. This raises opportunity, but dependency right? So how good is it? So will these ties accelerate technology transfer or be more dependent? Okay, here's a little bit of a regional comparison about youth unemployment, the PISA rank, right, and the inflow of the foreign direct investment, right? So as you can see, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia, right? There's a big difference between all of them, right? So what is Indonesia going to do to increase this creativity in the job market? Okay? I think there was the question, right? Indonesia's challenge is not potential, it's optimization. How can education become the magnet for investment? Right? So the more investment, the more ties to foreign universities, the more educated the Indonesians become in modern technology. Okay, so towards the more global Indonesia, right? Online vocational curriculum with Industry 4.0. These are some suggestions, right? Strengthen English and digital literacy. In fact, Indonesia is one of the few Asian countries where a lot of people do speak English, right? You go to Japan, China, other countries, their English is not as in abundance as it is here in Indonesia. So I see it's required in schools, as is Mandarin, as is sometimes Spanish, and now they want to put Portuguese, right, in the schools. We'll see how that happens. How do we make Indonesia not just ready for the world, but to invite the world to come, right? All right, so I'll close with a quote. Indonesia stands at the edge of transformational choice. Vocational and academic education should no longer compete. They must collaborate to build a generation ready for innovation and global leadership, right? Education is not a preparation for life. Education is life itself. Famous educator, American educator John Dewey, okay? So here's a question. The next decade will decide whether Indonesia exports its talent or empowers it at home. Education is not just life itself. It's your national direction. All right? Thank you very much. I guess we'll talk about it as in the panel here, but answer the questions at home. Okay. Thank you.
Right. Maybe we could through to the next speaker, right? And then after that, we have a question and answer all together. Please, Mr. Sungging. Yeah. That's right.
Right.
Yeah. Mr. Bayu. Please make a note first for your question and answer. For Mr. Card. Maybe have a note first. And
Yeah, sure.
after having this.
No problem. Any questions that I can answer? Or think about the questions that I gave you?
Any question first, or should we go through the next speaker? Maybe they have a note first, yeah.
Yeah.
They just yeah. Please think about it first, yeah. Let's, please, your times.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. I am the helper of Mr. Sun. Yeah.
I will use Chinese. So
Right.
I'm do my best to improve my ability about the English ability.
Right.
So the spoken, I was very do my best use Chinese and then my partner. Okay.
All right.
Okay, we try to earn more international feeling, so we will combine two languages. Firstly, Chinese, and second one is English. Thank you so much.
All right.
尊敬的各位来宾，各位代表，女士们、先生们，大家早上好。
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone.
我是孙庆老师，可能这样称呼会更确切一些。
This is Professor Sun, but in Chinese word we call 老师. I don't know whether you have the sense about that or not. Yeah.
我从成都来，我是工作于成都工贸职业技术学院。
He come from Chengdu. Yeah, this is a city which is famous for the Canada and also is nearby Chongqing. So the colleague he come from is the automotive engineering at Chengdu Industry and chief colleague.
好，那我本人呢也是这个学院的院长，兼任了全国行业职业技能竞赛的裁判，还有就是成都、四川省汽车产业协会的专家。
So beside that, he is also the dean of the college. And what's more, he served as a judge for the National Industry Vocational Skills Competition. And also, he is the esteemed expert on the specialties committee for the Sichuan Automobile Industry Association, which means that he can represent the Chinese new energy vehicle industry standards for that. Yeah.
很荣幸呢，这次我能代表，谢谢啊。
Thank you.
很荣幸我能这次代表联盟参加这次的这个活动，而且呢非常高兴呢，接着咱们卡尔教授或者卡尔博士的这个话题，继续谈论一下关于市场与就业的问题。
So it's a really great honor for him to represent the LAM China Education Training Promotion Alliance to exchange views with you guys on this important topic and also with Professor. Yeah. We want to expand the topic which is he shared right now, how to improve the job community, how to say the job possibility and the job opportunity for our students in the future.
为什么要用中文呢？其实也是一个海纳百川的一个过程。所以说我用中文的目的呢，有东方的，也有西方的，尤其是在现在发展比较迅猛的过程当中，体现出整个全球化的一个进程。
So why he wanna consider to speak in Chinese? Because he also wanna share the information that the more global business environment. Because China also become like a huge market. So we also invite Indonesian to join and we work together.
当前呢，世界正在处在一场绿色能源和交通的深刻变革当中。我研究的领域是新能源汽车，所以说今天我就以此为案例，给大家展开一些我分享的内容。
So now the world is undergoing a profound shift towards green energy and mobility. And Professor Sun is focused on that for many years already. So that's why we want to focus on this topic to talk about this industry and also the job community, the job opportunity here.
中国与印尼之间都充满了非常强大的蓄积力，也就是活力。发展中国家在很多的重要领域当中呢，我们就拥抱同一个历史的变革，拥有非常广泛的共同利益和坚实的合作基础。
So China and Indonesia, dynamic developing economies, share the strong interests and complementary strengths for joint leadership in this transformation.
那我们还是以合作基础来广泛来谈的话，主要有以下的几个基础内容。
So first, the foundation for our cooperation is solid and extensive. We will have a few points later to share about that.
第一个呢，就是强劲的产业互相补充的性能。
So the first point is the strong industrial complementarity.
现在我们中国拥有了全球最大的电动车市场，也具有完备的生产电动车和服务电动车的整个产业链，在电池、电机和电控领域具有先进性。
So actually, we have the strong industrial complementarity. China possesses the world's largest new energy vehicle market, a comprehensive industrial chain, and leading advantages in core technologies such as materials, motors, and electronic controls.
当然，在印尼呢，也有具备全球重要的一个资源，就是锂电池的相关材料，并且我们正在积极的致力于材料的资源开发，为生产制造和国内的合作以及国家的电动车呢，明确以后的目标。
So Indonesia is endowed with globally significant nickel resource, a key raw material for power materials, and is actively committed to building a complete domestic industrial chain for resource extensions to battery manufacturing and electric vehicle production, backed by clear national development goals for electric vehicles.
第二个就是有明确的政策导向。
The second one is very highlight. Okay, so the second point is the clear policy direction.
其中呢就包括中国的双碳目标和产业升级与印尼的电动车发展规律呢是相配合的，共同做到学校的产教融合和校企合作，有着共同的红商环境。
As academic, we always work with the government, right? We need the support from the government. So China's dual carbon and on-grid policies together with Indonesia's EV roadmap and FDI incentives shape a macroclimate that actively fosters industry, education, interrogation, and campus form partnerships.
那么接下来呢，就要谈一下这个职业的合作，就好像刚才我们这位卡尔博士说到的职业的合作，我会说到以下的几点。
Okay, so we recall to professors' last preparation about that. We will talk about that vocational education cooperation, which also will relate to this industry.
有以下几点。第一呢，就是适应新技术和新工艺的课程有待于开发。
So firstly, the course, which is adjust to the new technology and new market, need be rebuilt again, which is what professors mention right now. Did the course prepare for the working or prepare for the teaching?
第二呢，就是缺乏就是要去培养理论实践兼备的双师型教师队伍。
And the second is we need train the teacher, lecturer, professor, which is can work for the academic side, who know the knowledges industry a lot, and also who know the teaching side and the company side, the company need size.
第三呢，就是要去找到符合产业标准的实训设备以及教学资源。
And the third one is we need to find that the teaching resource, all the materials which is can fit the needs and standard.
所以呢，我也提出以后我们中印合作的时候，中国与印度尼西亚合作的时候呢，在新能源汽车领域的职业教育给予几点建议。
So there are a few advice which is come from Professor Sun we can do in the future between the Indonesia and China's cooperation.
那第一呢，就是共同制定标准和课程。
Firstly is co-develop curricular and teaching standards.
共同开发关于新能源汽车领域的专业的资源和课程体系、教材，确保人才培养的这个定位以及需求无缝对接。
Modular courses and bilingual textbooks that mirror Indonesian skill needs, ensuring graduate job fit from day one.
第二呢，就是要共同培养一批师资和管理团队。
Second one is coaching, factor, and managers.
设立专项的奖学金和培训项目，以来支持我们中印之间合作，赴华也好或者赴印也好的这种线上线下的这种形式，保证我们在新能源汽车领域的技术培训和教学方法。
Firstly, fund a scholarship for the teachers team, which is like exchange. Maybe Chinese lecturers come to Indonesia, or maybe Indonesian lecturers come to China. We can use the both digital way or the offline training way to share our knowledge, our standard, and our experience.
那么第3点建议呢，就是一定要共享共建我们的实训和教学资源。
And the third one, we think that which is very important is we work together. We share about the materials together. We share about that our experience together. It's like the open research system.
特别是鼓励啊，咱们在印的中国的投资商，比如说像比亚迪，比如说像宁德时代，还有50以及奇瑞这样子的大型企业。
And also, we will invite the leading Chinese new energies cars firms to co-finance high-level training hubs on Indonesia campuses, such as BYD,
奇瑞
and Wuling.
那么就是在印度尼西亚的校企合作的实训中心呢，我们一定要跟厂家和政府一起联动，来打造它的硬件环境。
So we try to work together to involve the governments, the Indonesian government and Chinese government. We try to build a good environment for the teaching, for the study.
真正的职业教育呢，应该是项目引领的，做中学，学中做，这种模式才能够走得更长和更远。
Actually, we have the same value as professor. We think that the real vocational education should focus on the plastic. We learn from the plastic, we use the knowledge in the plastic way.
好，第4点建议呢，就是促进学生之间的交流和技能的提升。
The last one we think that is promote the student exchange and the skills enhancement, like the Indonesian student come to China to study, or the Chinese student who come to Indonesia to share about the experience.
好的，女士们、先生们，教育赋能产业，技能创造未来。
So, ladies and gentlemen, we think that education empowers industry and skills create the future.
通过这次的2025的这个活动，我们将开启与印度尼西亚校方的深度合作，为以后的汽车领域或者是其他的这种创意领域，培养出更多有丰富经验的人才和创造的人才模式。
So we really thankful today's event. We wonder this event is the huge beginning for us to open the new page for the cooperation. And also, we want to train more and more modern, talented students, which is ready for the job, for the industry.
最后呢，也希望大家有机会来中国、来四川、来成都，我会热情的接待大家，然后找到合作的项目，为大家提供更广阔的空间。谢谢你们。
So after all, we invite you to come to China, to come to Sichuan province, come to Chengdu, and we will take you around, and we also want to talk about that what's the cooperation way we can have in the future. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. All right, I'll try to summarize, right? And then let me tell first about the conclusions of this discussion before having question and answer. At least there are five notes that I could quote from your speaking, either Dr. Kars and Sun King, right? At first, right, this dialogue marks an important step toward becoming a global hub for vocational excellence and creative industry development, right? By engaging with American community, college, and Chinese technical universities, Polymedia is expected, right, the first develop joint program and dual certification, right? Yeah, that align with international standard while maintaining local relevance and cultural identity. That's why the first I thought. The second, of course, strengthening industrial linkage learning through cross-border apprenticeship, internship, and innovation project involving multinational creative and digital companies. Third, right, promote collaborative research and technology transfer in digital media, artificial intelligence, and sustainable design, and cultural entrepreneurship, either in United States or in Chinese, right? The fourth, of course, expand access to global learning by co-developing open online courses or MOOC that combine American pedagogical approach, Chinese technological infrastructure, and Indonesian contextual creativity. The fifth, of course, build policy and institutional framework that harmonize vocational qualification standard and enable mobility for students, educators, and professionals among the three countries. And I note five important things that we could conclude, that we could decide after this discussion. My first question before delivering to the audience, right, either to Mr. Carr and Sun King, right? At Polytechnic Negeri Media Creative, there is no state, what do we call it, language center, right? Language center. Of course, we have already competency testing board. Is it possible that after this discussion, right, we should have a language center that teach either Chinese and in English language, right? Because in my experience, when I went to United States for having service program at Ohio State University, the first requirement that tester asked me about the letters of acceptance, right? And without having the letters of acceptance, there's no opportunity for going abroad. So that's the most important thing. In spite of having competence on language, of course, the letters of acceptance from your university. Is it possible to do that? Right? Thank you.
I think it's very possible. I think that example, the Garuda schools are teaching now Mandarin and they're teaching English, which are two very important languages for the future of all of our countries. And so I think it's something that I like to see happen more, in fact. I like to see happen more. And I know that University of Indonesia has an English center, has a language center, which helps other schools within the country, and other universities have these language centers that help. So I think it's definitely possible, and it just has to be implemented more.
All right, that means we have to accelerate
I
the establishment of a language center, right?
I have my
All right.
opinion.
Yeah.
You know, Indonesia or China, English not way mother language.
Oh, right.
So that is hard to everyone, our country. But English, it is very popular for the all over the world. So you must study and must test, must give that the level you can study and you can learn an language from the everywhere to the international.
Right.
So, including me, I just advise students and teachers have more and more opportunity to USA, UK, whatever the English motherland
Yes.
country to study. That is very important.
Right.
So maybe come to China.
All right. Okay, great. Yeah, at least there is an opportunity for us to establish a language center at the State Polytechnic of Creative Media, right? Because in my experience, language is very important, and also the letter of acceptance among these two institutions. All right, I deliver to the audience about the question and answer. Anybody? Silakan, Andika.
Thank you for this opportunity. Hello, Dr. Carl. Nice to see you again. Great topic about building Indonesia future vocational versus academic education. My question for Dr. Carl is, how can collaboration, vocational and academic institution enhance Indonesia position, especially in the global supply chain and innovation ecosystem? And also my question for Professor San, nice to see you. What soft skill and interdisciplinary knowledge should be priorities to complement technical expertise in the NEV workforce? Because the State Polytechnic of Creative Media, not in electrical engineering, but in the creative industry support maybe. Thank you.
Right. Yeah. Do you want to answer?
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay. I think that vocational and academic enhancement is important for Indonesia for several reasons. One is that industry is advancing very quickly. AI, robotics, in every type of field, medical field, industry field, like, for example, automotive field, aeronautics field. So these are things that the world is advancing quite quickly. And I think that Indonesia needs to accompany that. Like I said in one of my slides, I think Indonesia has to be a place where people come to observe industry and technology and how people are being integrated into these industries. So both are extremely important. And if Indonesia catches up, which I think it will, to the industry 4.0, right, of the world, then they'll have no problem. And I think it definitely should be enhanced, definitely should be in all the schools, and it will, that way Indonesia can catch up with what's going on worldwide, globally. And I think that's what the country wants to do.
你可以翻译一下啊。我觉得呢，这个领域非常重要的是怎么样把它结合到创新领域。我有几个想法。
I think that to combine the creative industry and the new energies cause is very interesting and important area and topic. So there are a few advice I will submit.
那第一个呢，就是雅加达是一个非常国际化的城市，所以说它对汽车的需求量会越来越多，特别是电动车。
So actually Jakarta is a global city. So we think that for the needs of the electricity car, there are more and more needs from the market.
而且呢，据我了解呢，印尼政府和雅加达当地政府呢，对于电动车的发展、新能源这一块的发展呢，政策支持力度相当大。
As what we know that actually the Indonesian government and especially the Jakarta government, they give like a huge support for this new electricity energy cars development.
好的，问题就来了。我的第一个建议点就是怎么样去办一个新专业，比如说跟你们创意相关的一些专业，比如说汽车的外形设计。
So my question it is how to combine that our schools future with the government support. Yeah, so the first advice for that is how about design the new major for that, like the design for the new electricity car, and also we can help the student to have the new career path.
只是把这些创意的理念呢应用在汽车上而已。举个例子来说，比如说这个车的外形，或者说这个车的座椅。
So actually, it's still the same. Before that, maybe we use the creative thing in the plastic, in the paper, something like that. But now we just change the plastic way to the car. We take an example, like the outdoor of the new energy electricity car, or inside the chairs, how to design the chairs. It will look better.
那么第二个建议点呢，就是可以设计出可以去增加我们的新专业呢，主要是在销售领域，是指的是营销策划。
So the second advice for the new major is maybe we can create the marketing side, the sales side for the new electricity car, the digital marketing for that, only for that, because actually there are lots of Chinese company and cars company here located in Jakarta already.
第三个创意点呢，就是怎么样去做好售后服务，因为这个客户和保有量会越来越多，做好售后服务是非常重要的。
And the third part is the fixed side. Like when more and more people, maybe who has the discount to buy the new electricity car, they need a person to fix that, right? They will not call the Chinese company, wait, you transfer the one person to come to Jakarta to fix it, right? We need the local colleague to fix that. That's it would be the huge market.
My means the after sales service，这是第三点 ，after sales service。所以说根据以上三点的这个建议，我觉得我们中国的学校和雅加达，就是说media 这样的学校可以产生合作，绝对有共同点。
So actually what Professor Sun shared right now actually is the completed line, right? From the product design and then the sales side and also the after sales side. And we think that there are a huge cooperation space for us to build a new career path for the student, to build a new major size for the school.
最后我想说的是，只要是雅加达路上跑的电车越来越多，我们的就业机会就会越来越多。
So actually, the career opportunity will go higher with the marketing needs, right? So if there are more and more new electricity energy car there in Jakarta, it should be more and more job position there, and it will help our school to increase that the job, how to see, the job data reflect on the website, right?
谢谢你的问题。最后呢，我觉得应该是汽车的这个领域呢，它综合性很强，覆盖面非常广，它综合了很多的内容。我们下来之后可以进一步沟通。
We really appreciate that your question. We think that in the car industry, actually, it will involve a lot of contents about that. So let's talk about the more details after that. Feel free to ask more questions.
All right, good answer, Anika. It is clear enough. Maybe we could collaborate with it, technical polytechnic. Right? All right. Any other question from Teres? Dian, silakan. Siapa dulu? Dian. Oh, udah nggak apa-apa, sabar. Yuk, silakan, cepat.
Okay, first of all, thank you for the opportunities. Good morning, Dr. Ka and Professor San. I got a question for both of you. For Dr. Ka is, in the age of AI and automation, what skill sets that we should serve as a common ground between vocational and academical education? And for Prof. San, how do we ensure that NEF vocational education contributes not only to industrial growth, but also to sustainability and community development. That's it. Thank you.
Right. Maybe Adrian langsung. Adrian langsung coba. Ya, AI technology. Right.
Thank you. I want to ask both speaker here, for both speaker, Dr. Carl and Dr. Sensing, how we as an educational institution are preparing to face the rapid development of global technology so fast. Keep changing every, I think
Every minute.
minute now, yeah, not every year, like
Every second.
couple years ago, yeah, maybe now it's changing very fast. So how do we as an institution of education prepare our students to face the global rapid changing of technology, science, and everything? Thank you.
Okay. Right. Dr. Cox and yeah.
Okay, I'll start with the rapid technology.
All right.
I think that partnering with universities like in Chengdu and US universities that are heavy in research and heavy in development is probably one of the first things that should be done. I know that the government, the Indonesian government, particularly the Ministry of Education, is open to these partnerships, and a lot of the Indonesian universities, such as yours here, is also open to partner with foreign universities that may have the research and the technology, such as the professors, to teach and accompany your local universities with all this technology. So I think that's something that is the first step, right? The first step. And then once you teach the teachers here, then Indonesia will then be trained enough to pass this on to the students. So I think that's something that it always works. It always works. In fact, it's happening now here in the automotive industry, where you have some universities, Indonesian universities and Chinese universities, partnering together, particularly in the EV industry and the electric automotive industry. So that's something that I think partnerships is probably the best solution. You keep up with the fast pace. That's it.
Right.
That's it.
Research collaboration.
That's the only way.
Moving from learning university to research university, right?
Right, right. Well, they're both important. So as the question down there was, how do we, take advantage of both, right? Academia and vocational, right? I think that's something that they work hand in hand, in my opinion. They work hand in hand. The creativity of the academia definitely helps the creativity in the vocational sector. It starts with maybe the engineers, right? And then the engineers pass it on to more the vocational sector, where they have to create the prototypes and things of that nature. So I think that's something that they have to work hand in hand. The research institutions can definitely help the vocational schools with all the technology that's out there, and let the vocational schools continue with the process in industry. So I think that's a good way to collaborate. Again, collaboration.
All right. Again, collaboration. Yes. Go ahead.
Firstly, can I ask for the help? Can you repeat that your first question again? Sorry.
Okay. The question is, how do we ensure that NEF vocational education contributes not only to industrial growth, but also to sustainability and community development?
Yeah. Not just only to the industry.
我来回答这个问题。如果说是问到新能源汽车这个领域，确保它的就业还是确保它什么？确保它的方向，我觉得还是从三电，就是我们刚才翻译那个角度，那个三电领域是电池、电机和电控这三个领域，主要去主攻。所以呢，我觉得给你的建议呢，就是一定是沉下心去把新能源的结构和工作原理基本的知识点先弄通。
So actually, Professor Sun answered this question based on the logic of this industry. So for this industry, there are 3 points of that. Let me see. Okay, the electricity and bulk cooler and the structure of the cost. So actually, if you know the structure of that, you can change that to your job position to the different type side of this industry.
The main 3 point, battery, control, and network.
Network.
The 3 position. I'll give some advice. Next question. 就是说的是怎么样面对这个。我建议还是因为学校的目的还是在培养人。培养人的基础涵养是综合能力。如果说是面对 AI 的这个冲击的话，我觉得老师和课程面对的还是他的基础能力的培养，一定是基础能力的培养。
So from Professor Sun's side, actually the training for the vocational school, even though the vocational school, the basic logic is to train the student in the basic side, like the ability to develop the student to the complete ability.
有3点建议，就是基础性能的培养呢，主要是与人沟通、与人合作和面对压力的心理调整，这3点我觉得是最重要的。
So he thinks that there are 3 basic points which are very important. Firstly is the communication with the people. Secondly is to have the cooperation with the people. And thirdly is how to reserve and see the challenge.
就这样 ，Thank you.
All right.
Okay, that's all. And yeah, maybe we think that for the vocational side, maybe can put in the internship.
Okay, right. Maybe I could conclude this discussion, right? Related to the question, the last question, right? I had been in United States for 3 months, right, for having a research and development, and in Chinese for 1 week for benchmarking visit. Yeah. In Indonesia also there are 3 clusters of education: community college, polytechnic, and academic, right? Sometimes there is a duplications of curriculum from academic community, vocational school, and polytech, and even university or academic. So how to harmonize the curriculum related to the question between these 3 stages of education in United States and in China? Can you give me insight about this?
I'll try. I think the universities universities here need to be in tune with industry, manufacturing, service, right? I think if the universities are in tune with all that's happening out there, then they are better knowledgeable in being able to help the students with the current status quo. So I think that's probably the first thing that has to be done, and partner with service, industry, manufacturing as well. I think partnering with that and understanding the different industries and services here will enhance the university's presentation of what's needed to, for the students.
Right. Any consortiums of curriculum review?
Yeah, I think one of the big things that we have in the U.S. is co-ops, right? What's a co-op? A co-op basically is you're going to study engineering, let's say, or whether it's automotive engineering or aeronautical engineering, and it's a 4-year program, let's say, or 5. The student spends at least 1 year in the industry. So for example, our university does that too. So if they're going to study engineering, they will spend a semester or more at a local industry. And that's part of the curriculum. Actually, it's required. So there are many universities, I think probably most of the universities, do require students to do co-ops in different industries. Whether you call it internships or not, but it's part of their curriculum, so they have to do it. So they're learning the practical more than just the theoretical. So that's a requirement. So I think that also helps.
All right, thank you. It's very interesting, right?
我补充一点。
Chinese?
So I include one case about that.
关于产教融合这个理念呢，我可以给一个案例。这个案例呢，就是我们的校企合作的这个订单班。这个学生进入学校的时候，就是由企业面试进入学校进行招生的。
So we share the real case from my colleague. We have the special class in our school, which is called that the company's order. So when the student who come inside our vocational colleague, and we will let the company to select them to have the interview with the student.
那么他在学习的过程当中的课程都是由企业方定制，那么根据他们的需求而专门调整的教学计划。
So actually the academic plan for the teaching materials all come from the company, and the school will work with the company to co-building that the teaching plan and teaching materials.
最后呢，他的走向的工作岗位就是这个企业提供的真实的工作岗位，提供的年薪或者说是待遇都是之前约定好的，所以这种的订单班的形式非常稳定，也是一种非常好的校企合作的表现。
So after that, the job direction of the student are confirmed already in advance before they join in this class. And also the salary of that is very clear. So this is very typical case for the partnership between the colleague and the company. It's very stable for the student's future.
当然，最后补充一点呢，就是它有考核，中间可能会优胜劣汰。
But there one point we will include is actually the rules of that is very strict. So we have the test for the student, and if they cannot pass the test, and then we will let them to quit the class.
Okay, thank you very much for explanation. Jadi ada sedikit pesan yang ingin saya tanyakan ini. Kebetulan kami pendiri SMK Grafika di Tangerang itu mereka kewalahan. Tidak ada satupun gurunya punya basic grafika. Jadi mungkin nih pemikiran bagi Polimedia ke depannya. Kita undang kepala sekolahnya ke Polimedia untuk nyusun kurikulum bersama gitu. Sehingga tidak berulang. Okay, right. For two speakers, I do thanks very much for your speech and nice to meet you. And I close this by saying Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Do you have photos? Take a photos? No? Oh. There is any, yeah.
We invite Dr. Handika to give the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Kirolian and Professor Sun Ching from Chengdu.
Masih ada lagi? Lanjut gitu? Oh gitu. Ini. Oh gitu. Oh, okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Carl. Please give a big applause for Dr. Carl. And we thank you so much, Professor Sun Ching, for giving the presentation.
All right, Mr. Su and Mr. Carl. Thank you very much. See you. All right.
Here are okay. And now The speakers may take the pictures together. Thank you so much, Dr. Carl and Professor Sun.
Okay, I was reminded by the committee that there will be second round. Yeah, the second round will be presented by speaker Bayu Oktara. Bayu Oktara, and TV host Indonesia. Jung Jae-ik, directors Orient Matahari Studios Korea. Okay, please come to the stage, right? Yeah. Yes.
What do I sit here or di mana Pak? Saya duduk ya. Sini aja. Oke. Kejauhan.
Okay, right. Jadi bahasa Indonesia sih, Inggris? Bahasa Indonesia ya.
Up to you. Bahasa Arab juga boleh.
Bahasa
Jangan bahasa Korea. Pak, do you mind to move over closer?
Okay, right. The second rounds will be speaking by Mr. Bayu Oktara, as a lecturer in TV House Indonesia, with the headline of creative apa nih? Creative process in AI accelerator era, right? Yeah.
Ya, creativepreneurs, Pak.
Oh, creativepreneurs in the AI accelerator era, right? Okay, maybe we'll give them about 15 minutes, yeah. 15 minutes about the speaking first, delivering idea first, and then we'll follow with the question and answer.
Okay.
Silakan.
Can we show the slides or?
Of course. Anybody help? Slide.
Saya pakai ini, Pak. Saya pakai ini. From the first slide. First slide.
The world is watching.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. First of all, I would like to appreciate to the committee of GCOMS. Thank you so much for having this event and inviting me. The day when I was invited to give, I don't know, material for this conference, I was like, really? Oh, well, I mean, in a good way, it's such an honor for me to share things because in my perspective, when I started the career in media since when I was 18, and it was back in 1996, maybe I have some stories to share about this industry, the media industry, the AI, and especially for creativepreneurs. The world is watching. So, well, you know, in my world, which is the entertainment world, the moment the red light on the camera turn on, everything changed. Suddenly, you're no longer just a person, you are a story. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, maybe some of you we already met before in sitcom Office Boy. Have you watched it? Oh, okay. So I think if you watch that sitcom already, these days you have to be more careful with your health issue. Because it was 2015, I guess. Yeah, 2015 to 2020. So today it's not just celebrities or public figures who live under that red light. It's everyone. Everyone has their own media. Each of us, students, lecturers, professionals, we're now living inside the biggest stage in history, which is the digital world. So when we talk about creative entrepreneurship in the digital era, it's not just about content creation, it's about how we transform creativity to impact, ideas into identity, and stories into legacy. That's why I've decided to end my career in radio back into 2022, I think, and I start career as a lecturer in University of Indonesia to have some legacy in this industry. So, slides. Let me start with something real. When I first hosted a show like 22 years ago, we worked with cameras and the size of camera similar like a small refrigerator. You know that? Kayak kulkas bu kameranya zaman dulu. But nowadays, even my daughter, she can capture all the moment, she can record the talk show only with handphone. And she get more viewers than I do. Viewers lebih banyak dari saya yang menggunakan kamera yang gede banget itu. So that's the reality of digital transformation. We used to consume media back in the days, but now we co-create it. Everyone is a storyteller, but not everyone knows how to tell a story that connects. Content is the king, they say. But I think in today's world, context is the kingdom. Being a creative entrepreneur means understanding not only what people watch, but why they care about your content. So let's take examples. Some musicians upload a song on TikTok. The melody is great, but it goes viral because the story behind it. Let's say the heartbreak, the struggles, the hope. So the emotion turns content into connection. That is why this is the key role of the creative entrepreneur industry. Research can decode why certain narratives resonate, why Gen Z responds to authenticity over perfection, why micro-influencer can shape social norm faster than policy papers. In other words, creativity without insight is a noise, but with the right insight, it becomes influence. Slide. And now let's talk about technology. In the entertainment industry, when I started in 1996, so many analog. But nowadays, we all know that everything goes digital. The technology used to be a tool back in the days, but today it's a co-creator. AI writes scripts. Virtual studios create worlds that don't exist. Avatars perform live concert. Have you seen Justin Bieber have a concert in Metaverse? Crazy, awesome, and remarkable. Sounds scary? Maybe, but also exciting. When I produce content, I no longer think only about the camera angle. I think about the algorithm angle. Because the camera shows what I want to say, but the algorithm decides who gets to hear it. So that changed the way we think about creativity. I've seen how AI tools like ChatGPT already transforming content creation, but the question is not about will AI replace us? No, that's not the questions anymore. That's not the issues anymore. The real question is how can we stay irreplaceable? The answers, in my opinion, there are three things: feeling, empathizing, inspiring. Those three, what machines can't do. And that's the human age of the creative economy. Slides. Now, let's zoom out. Beyond individuals, beyond creators, what we're building is a national identity. Think of it. K-pop. See, Blackpink. Went to the concert? Okay, crazy, awesome. That's how K-pop changed how the world sees Korea. And Hollywood changed how the world imagines United States of America. Why can't Indonesian creativity do the same? That's the questions. We have the stories. We have the talent. We have technology as well. What we need is a strong ecosystem, a bridge connecting creators, academia, industry, and government. So if we can export coffee and batik, why not export ideas, design, and imagination? That's the mission of the creative economy. And here's where policies matters. We need regulation that protect intellectual property, funding that supports experimentation, and education that blends theory with real world experience. That's our key roles here. Imagine universities working hand in hand with streaming platform, tech startups, and creative hubs, building not just graduates, but creativepreneurs who understand global markets and cultural diplomacy. That's not a dream. For me, it's a direction. Slides. And
Feeling empathizing. What is feeling empathizing?
Feeling, empathizing, and one more thing, feeling in, sorry.
Right. I keep.
So here's the content creation hack you need if you want to produce some contents that has context with more insights. First, catch their attention with a hook. Simple and full of context. Know your audience, the demography as well, and keep it simple, add a visual appeal of a real value, and stay consistent. That's the key. Consistency, it's quite, that sometimes become the hardest part. But if you can do it consistently, I think the algorithm will help you with the contents as well. Slides. So we know that so many local heroes. When I travel abroad, some people ask, what's special about Indonesian creativity? I always told them, it's the emotion behind every work. We don't just design clothes, we tell heritage. We don't just make music, we share feelings. We don't just produce content, we build communities. Let me give you a few names. We have Nikki. Nikki is independent musician, topping Spotify global chart. Erigo, from a small local brand into New York Fashion Week. Jumbo, our animated movies, shows in Russia and so many countries as well. They all started local, but they thought globally. So, to everyone here, the creativity industry doesn't need perfection. It needs authenticity, collaboration, and courage. And communicate to create, create to connect, connect to inspire. The creativity industry doesn't need perfection. It needs some collaboration. And they said the show must go on, but for me the real question is, what show are we putting on for the next generation? Because beyond fame and followers, our job as creativepreneurs and as educators as well is to light the way for others. Communicate to create, create to connect, connect to inspire once again. So today, allow me to leave you Will you stop? But before we start the Q&A session, turn your story into a legacy and let the world watch, learn, and be inspired. Thank you.
Right. Nice, interesting speech. The next, please go through Jung Jae-ik, Directors, Orient Matahari Studio, South Korea.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jung Jae-ik, Director of Studio Orient Matahari. Yes. Next, please. I am hybrid creative filmmaker between Korea and Indonesia. Next, please. We are living in a time where change is faster than human adaptation. AI is not a tool. AI is time compression. When time compresses, creativity expands. Waktu adalah akselerator kreativitas. Okay, next, please. Structure of volume. Next, please. Korea and Japan students take perfect notes. German students modularize ideas. Next, please. Korea or Japanese students usually use notebook, but next, please. Yes, we said Zettelkasten. Zettelkasten is not about storing knowledge, it's about recombining knowledge. Knowledge becomes power of when you can remix it past. AI is becoming our external Zettelkasten. Next, please. Yes, it's look like a memo box, so can make keyword and much have categories. After that, can editing or something possible make storytellings. So AI bisa mempercepat proses berpikir. Next, please. So next is try. I hope talking about modular thinking. Next, please. Yes, next, please. It's cinema camera. A cinema camera is powerful because it is modular. We say modular system. It's just cube style or box style camera, we say. Next, please. We can reconfigure it for every situation. It's not just the Blackmagic designs factories cameras. Sometimes LED cinema cameras, Panasonic and Canon or Nikon. Nikon is not yet have a box camera. And Ariflex. Why their choice box style? It's very easy to make modular system. Next, please. Creativity works exactly the same way. Next, please. One knowledge becomes modular. We can rebuild and remix endlessly. For example, its main camera hardware is we say PP battery or pre-mount battery, we said, and it's a lens, tripod, and it's a EVA viewfinder and load system and load clamp. It's a shoulder rigger set. Shoulder rigger is usually use handheld shot, and it's top hand. When you use top hand, it's much use low angle, right? So this box camera is easily rigging this top. And then wireless focus system is don't need a cable, is maybe 100 meters more, can use control focusing. So modular system is much have shooting place, different situation. We can choose how make the combined cameras. Next, please. It's LED cinema cameras. It's a lens mount. It's a PL mount system, but can change Nikon F mount, can change Canon mount, all possible. And I/O module possibly change, and battery type change. Sometimes longer time shooting, we should use a big battery, right? So if we use V-mount battery, still change heavy. But sometimes we should use Macon, gimbal or Steadicam, so little bit need more light. So change Sony F950 or F970 battery possibly change. So this modular system is very comfortable and make a safety. Next, please. So kreativitas tumpu dari kombinasi modul kecil. Next, please. Yes, node 3. Next, please. This is node 3. It makes syncing visible. I am ICA member, so much have time teaching about DaVinci Resolve color grading node system. It's different to Adobe software system because it's a use node. Layer system and node system is much different. It's very near look like module. So, for example, first node is we can make just brightness change or control contrast. Second is we can control gamma curve or saturation, more high saturation, more low saturation we can control. Second is we can make styles, is we can secondary. So I said first just control contrast works is look like primary work, and secondary works is more micros grading works. So last is we will be choice format is try DCP or just on YouTube use QuickTime ProRes or MP4 file. So this node 3 is, if you understand person look, they are like this control, wow, like this style color grading, we can fill in, so look like language. Next, please. Okay, it's a Fusion's video compositing tools, Node 3. It's not just this tool. Much have tools use Node. It's usually look like Hollywood CGI effect or chroma key works. Each node is one logic unit. Nodes can connect, nodes can rearrange. Next, please. So it's node, right? But right side is mind map. It's my personal project works. I too much like use mind map, use software's Xmind. But just to look, we can feel very similar near, right? Okay, so use like this node. Maybe someone is, so color grading is what? Because past just broadcast works is color collection, say, but color grading, color correction is still different. So I will show sample reel. So can you show my video file? Before we move on, I'd like to show a short colors grading sample from my studio. This video is from a Japanese film project we worked on. Through this, you can see how each node's logical connection and rearrangement affects the final image. The difference between before and after color grading. I brought this example to help you understand what color grading layers means in the creative process. Please take a look. Can you show video 5? Yes. No, not this. Yes. Just can you show is color grading works can see post this? Yes. Make on sound. It's okay. It's a color grading panel. Its curve works very sensitive. It's modules. It's like this. Can you show folder, file folder name? No, not this. Please, no. Next video. No, next video, please. Next video, please. Next video, please. Yes. So I can say, this is creative architectures for clear decisions. Better visual, member cepat, keputusan. Next, please. Okay. Yes. Can you see? It's 100 years ago past Zettelkasten 10, but it's a node tree, so can feel really the same. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, hybrid workflows. Next, please. Hybrid workflows is not a replacement; it is acceleration. Before we start chapter 5, I'd like to show a short video. It's from an Excel project I worked on during the COVID period, and it actually won an award. In this project, I transformed a single photo, just to use one photo, into a 3D virtual space, where we could move the camera freely, just like in real film production. Please take a look. Please search CH5A video file. CH5A. And please make on sound. Yes.
저는 15년차 촬영 감독 신현석입니다. 저는 브랜드 영상, 웨딩, 바이럴, 커머셜 등 다양한 분야에서 활동하고 있는 필름 메이커입니다. 촬영할 때 공간은 제가 말씀드린 로케이션을 입장에서 봤을 때 세트화된 공간은 우리가 충분히 통제할 수 있죠. 근데 로케이션 같은 경우에는 굉장히 변수가 많아요. 그럴 때 좀 더 장비라든지 조명이라든지 구도를 좀 기획할 수 있는 부분이 있을 텐데 그 정보가 없으면 아무래도 촬영 감독의 역량, 그 즉흥성에 의존할 수밖에 없어요. 특히 작은 공간에 실내에 들어갔을 경우 망원 렌즈로 클로즈업을 찍을 때 촬영 감독은 당하지 않을 수 없습니다. 소규모 같은 프로덕션에서는 제가 경험해본 바로는 이 부분은 중요한 사전 기획 요소인 것 같습니다. 그래서 공간은 단지 그냥 어느 장소다라는 게 아니라 공간에 대한 정보를 좀 더 정확하게 알고 진행하면 좀 더 완성도 있는 영상을 만들 수 있을 것 같습니다. 촬영하면서 VR FP를 처음 경험해봤는데요. 고글 쓰면서 느낀 점은 사진 몇 장으로 입체 공간을 볼 수 있어서 참 놀랍고 신기했습니다. 저희처럼 소규모 영상 제작자들이 이 VR FP를 이 기술을 이용한다면 정말 효율적이고 완벽한 프리produk션을 할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 좋은 기술 같습니다.
Next, I'd like to show another short videos. This one explains how I creativity the pre-visualization materials detail. Unfortunately, this version doesn't have Indonesian subtitles, but you will be able to understand the overall process. It's one of my early versions, so it looked quite simple at the beginning, but I kept improving it over time. For this project, I used multiple tools together, and the final monitoring was done inside Unreal Engine. Please take a look. CHB file, please. Yes. 드리겠습니다. 먼저 직접 공간 사진을 찍고 그 공간 사진을 찍은 카메라에 It's make just one photo, but hardware's image sensor size we can checking, right? And then what you use lens we can checking, right? Is this metadata and focal length information make in 3D tools, so make real same place.
이후 모든 것을 3D화해서 입체 공간을 만든 후 그것을 언리얼 엔진에 불러들였습니다.
And then
원래 사진이 찍힌 공간은 스튜디오였지만
physical shadering
식당 형태로 바꿔보았고
technologies
가구들 배치해서 디자인한 후에
more detailed possibly make lighting design.
그리고 조명도 배치하였고
and can choice lens size
샷 디자인을 하였습니다.
possibly
특히
shot
자연광을
design.
중심으로 창밖에 키라이트를 설정할 수 있었고 키라이트는 확산광과 포인트 라이트가 모두 가능하였습니다.
soft light, point light, hard light, all possible.
작업해 보았습니다. 작은 실내를 예로 들어서
Change like this, more.
좁은 공간에 오픈 로케이션 실내 장소를 중심으로 샷
This
디자인
video is
해보았습니다.
I really use VR
가장 크게
goggle
느낀
and
장점은
I
벽이
look at
어디에 위치해
inside
있는지 알 수
move
있기
and I
때문에
controls.
카메라가 최대한 어디에 빠질 수 있고 조명을 얼마나 배치할 수 있으며 조명의 크기와 종류는 어떻게 해야 하고 렌즈는
camera
이
movement.
공간 안에서 몇 미리까지의 화각을 적용시킬 수 있는지도 판별할 수가 있는 내용이 확보되었습니다.
Like this. So, for example, like this place, if we can choose lens, it's still big place, but we don't need maybe 200 more size lens, maybe. So, usually use open locations. We can't control place, how much far, how much near, can't control because it's not set. So pre-visual work is, if not have a budget, a project, more useful is my thinking. Uh, Next, please. So I combined physical capture plus digital capture plus AI to accelerate idea continuity. Hybrid reduces friction and increases iteration speed. First is just a 12-inch figure use and make a pose. And backside is real place in Korea. So honestly, it's very enough just to me. It's maybe 4 years ago. After that, I'm first time understand AI possible make image. So I make prompters. Please make its webtoon style. So like this detail come. So next, please. It's amazing. They understand camera angles, and still these figures lens size and this original background size is still different. But if we use AIs, they make a balance like that. Next, please. So AI bukan pengganti, AI adalah akselerator kreativitas. Thank you. People photos maybe have 12-inch figure, right? I have a test just to use from Epic Games application, just 30 take photos. So I make captures. So look, can take FBX or OBJ containers 3D file, and this background is real past my Indonesia's workroom, and then change 3D. So I'm very enough thinking, but use AI, it was possible make it dramatic and not just style. Hence, is I use prompters and pace. Don't need the pace, right? Is make prompter can make emotion and light. Where have key light and same gradation have, and outside is night. Outside is night. Is too much interesting works to me. So I will show you how to this test. Have a sample videos. Can you show my video file before? Yeah. It's maybe A B. Suppose it's A. Yes. It's a reality photo captures. I'm just to use cellular iPhone. Yes. Still not clean, and then use VR software, make a pose, so can mixing, and then call blend softwares like this, or every camera work possible make. Next, B file, please. So change more clean image. So look like we use concept and then more change perfect modeling works. So if you call use AI, is really easily just 1 or 2 persons make webtoon series. But it's from pre-visual works. I'm not thinking about another contents or another format, look like a webtoon. So I'm still feel interested in this. Next, please. Okay, next, please. Exposure and lens. Left side is photo lens, right? The right side is cine lens. Photo lens is usually f-stop use, but cine lens is t-stop use. So I have a question. How calculate to use light meter? Because f-stop is from outside light brightness come in how many arrive lens meaning. But t-stop is from film or image sensors, different calculate. So usually needed editing, right? But if we use AI, just 2 or 3 seconds, we can choose more good calculate light matter. Next, please. Oh, next, please. Yes. I'm maybe is normally it's not open information. I think because I'm first time know use speed booster or lens adapter, and then lens brand. F-stop, T-stop, if change, not just F-stop, T-stop problem, it's connect brand. And then if we use look like Metabonds or Built-Rock speed boosters, not just change brightness, it needs data from maker brand companies. But AI is just one time all give information. Don't need to calculate, just shooting place situation and listen. Okay, you can checking like this, like that. Next, please. I use AI not to replace testing, but to reduce research time before testing. This gives me more time to direct emotion and cinematic intention. AI membantu kita fokus pada emosi dan cerita. Next, please. Yes, if we use speed boosters, how many change shot size, crop, all give information? Is we can more focusing pre-production or production's work. Don't need checking another. Next, please. AI can become your personal archive that remembers your evolutions. When you name your AI, you name your future collaborator. Asking AI is actually asking yourself. It's not metaphor, because if we make AI's name and next day again questions, calls AI name, all remembers. So more can talk details. AI bisa menjadi catatan perjalanan pribadi kita. Okay. We are entering a modular knowledge era with accelerate imagination. The futures belongs to those who structure knowledge faster and execute creatively. Start small, start modular, start with what you have now. Indonesia bisa menjadi pusat kreator baru dunia. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for Mr. Bayu Oktara and Jung Jae-ik. Before delivering the question and answer to the audience, I would like to conclude first here, right? Let me remain first. What did it say? AI is not only a tool. AI is not only tool, but the accelerator, right? All right. AI and the future of the creativepreneurs from dual perspective, right? I'd like to elaborate about the Bayus and Jung Jae-ik. In the era of the creative economy, both Bayu and Oktara and Jung Jae-ik share a common belief: creativity must evolve alongside technology, yet remain deeply human, right? So that means AI not replace the human being, right? Bayu Oktora is a lecturer and TV host from Indonesia, emphasizes the human side of creativity. For him, becoming a creative learner means mastering the art of feeling, empathizing, and inspiring. That's good. In an age dominated by digital transformation, he reminds us that emotion and storytelling are what make creative work truly connect with people. Technology might enhance production, but it is empathy that gives meaning. That's right. On the other hand, Jung Jae-ik explored technological frontiers of creativity. He believed that AI is not only a tool, but also accelerators with passion, right? A living extension of human imagination. In his view, the visions of AI and creativity opens new dimensions for design, art, and entrepreneurship. The key, he suggests, is not to fear AI, but to collaborate with AI, to let technology amplify, not replace our creative spirit. That's right. Together, their perspective form a powerful message by UN check. The future of creative partnership lies in the harmony between human emotion and artificial intelligence. Feeling and empathy give creativity its soul, while AI give its wings. Like a soul and wing, right? As AI becomes more integrated into the creative process, the challenge for modern creative learners and for institutions like Polytechnic Negeri Media Kreatif or Polymedia is to nurture individuals who can think with both heart and algorithm, merging imagination with innovation to build a more inspired and intelligent creative industry. That's my conclusion. That's very interesting, Ms. Bayu and Jack. Maybe I would like to deliver the the left hand, the left wing first, yeah, because he is already. Please raise your hand and then directly deliver your answer, your question, right? Silakan. Anybody can help me? Give the mic. Please tell your name and then study program.
Oke, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Sartika. I'm from Advertising Department at Polymedia Jakarta. I want to ask to Mr. Bayu Oktora. It would be an interesting presentation. Also, Mr. Jung Jae-ik. It's already impressive presentation. Maybe can we get applause for one of them?
That's right.
For Mr. Bayu, it's a straight question actually. I'm interested with your statement about the authenticity, about the content. So Mas Bayu, what's your opinion about the authentic content? What the authenticity means from your presentation? Is that about personal branding or just personal Instagram but not actually like in your life, in your real life, or it's about the consistency deliver your uniqueness? What's about authenticity content that, in your opinion? And for Mr. Jung Jae-ik and also Mas Bayu can also answer this. I also agree with AI is not replacing the human. So what the important things that student can be learned from using AI? I mean, what the ability that student must have to control this AI, to not just using it as an easy ways to do the task through AI, but create something through the AI. Thank you.
That's great, yeah. Authenticity and the creativity. Right. Maybe you can answer directly, Bayu and.
Thank you for the question, Mrs. Sarina. Santika. Terima kasih Mbak Santika. Thank you so much. Speaking about the authenticity, I mean, I think in my perspective, it's all about personal branding. Personal branding, we can use it through the social media nowadays, and maybe the event attendance show what you have share your value on the table, and having your audience to get your audience to have same value like yours. That's the personal branding then that makes people think about your authenticity. It's not about pencitraan sih. Kalau pencitraan, there's no consistency, right? You always think you only think about what people sees about you. But when it comes to personal branding, it's about the addressing the problem and the issue that matters for you, and how to solve those problems, and that what makes people has an image of your authenticity. But creativity, maybe.
Right.
I think first is if a student use good AIs, we can make more good question. So this meaning is we should make not just need knowledge, much make input good data self. Look like we can think in pipeline. We have seen node pipeline, right? Like that. But A information, B information, C, we just thinking A, B, C. But node is can change CBA or CAB. Zettelkasten, I'm a little bit, first time saying. Zettelkasten is usually students use notebooks and something make memo, something, right? But if you try Zettelkasten systems, you can use receipt paper, post-it paper, or anything possible. But should make same category case make, and then again look. But if we use just notebook, we need much. This meaning is, yes, we should make good thinking good keyword, and then make a good question, but not just a question, we should editing. Yes. So from AIs, look like use Google search is not too much, how say, have a meaning. We should make answer yourself, use AI, look like tools. Yes. Yes.
Right. You get it? Any more? All right. Thank you very much. Maybe I'll give another side. The side. Any questions? Silakan. Or the center. All right. Silakan. All right, Professor. Right. All right.
I hope I will be able to answer your question. Thank you so much.
You mentioned that Indonesia has that the U.S. is known for Hollywood, that Korea is known for K-pop, India is known for Bollywood. How can you get Indonesia, which I know has a pretty good cinema industry, how do you think you can get that more global? How do you can show that to be more global?
Challenging for Bayu.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope I'll be able to answer your questions. Well, I think what Indonesia has, we already familiar with the technology, with the AI, and the entertainment industry is going so fast and developing as well. So we have actors that shows film and Cannes Festival. We have animated movies that shows in Russia and so many countries. So I think what we have to do is all the stakeholders hand in hand to extract one thing that can be identified as Indonesian. Is it the culture? Is it the people? Is it the music? Or maybe the family? Everything. Yeah, because we have so many values. But the thing is, nowadays, so many Indonesians is running at their own path and directions. So we have nowadays Minister of Culture, Menteri Kebudayaan in this cabinet. So I hope that the minister can collect all the stakeholders to extract one Indonesian identity, so we can communicate that through all platform to the world, like what K-pop, Hollywood, and Indian does. I hope it fits your questions. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but you will create about this one. Need a collaborative research, right?
True.
All right, any other question from the rest? Hello? No? No, Mr. Bayu and Jack, and thank you very much. I give applause to this speaker, right? And maybe we could have a photos with the rest of you. Yeah, take a photo, right? Maybe semua speaker ya. Yeah. All right, Mr. Plakat ya, plakat.
We
Dika,
invite
Dika.
Dr. Yunus
Mr.
stage
Yunus.
to give certificate and appreciation to Mr. Bayu and Mr. Jung Jae-ik.
Nanti ditransfer. Nanti Sebayu minta HP-nya dia. Nanti foto.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bayu Oktara, for the wonderful presentation. And we also thank you, Mr. Jung Jae-ik, for the wonderful presentation.
Maybe take a picture with all the speaker. May go to stage, Mr. Mark and Sun.
All speakers may join to the stage for
Apa
photo
request-nya?
session.
Dika.
We invite Dr. Handika to the stage for a photo session. After this, the speakers may take photos in a photo booth outside. Please give a round of applause for our speakers. Next, the speakers may take a photo on the photo booth outside. We'll now take a break for lunch, and for the next session, the oral presentation will begin at 12:50 p.m.
Kindly enjoy your meal and a special performance by Risha.
Mau mic yang mana? Mic yang bagus yang mana ya? Yang ini ya? Versi baru ya?
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Risha, and I will sing a few songs to entertain you all. Please enjoy. This is Fly Me to the Moon. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on a Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. In other words, I
Cantik.
Cantik.
Please enjoy.
Cantik, ingin rasa hati berbisik untuk melepas keresahan dirimu. Oh cantik,
Apa?
bukan ku ingin mengganggumu, tapi apa arti merindu selalu.
Walau mentari terbit di utara, hatiku hanya untukmu. Ada hati
yang termanis dan penuh cinta, tentu saja kan ku balas seisi jiwa. Tiada lagi yang ganggu kita. Ini kesungguhan, sungguh aku sayang kamu. Oh, cantik.
Apa?
Bukan ku ingin mengganggumu, tapi apa arti merindu selalu.
Walau mentari terbit di utara, hatiku hanya untukmu.
Ada hati yang termanis dan penuh cinta, tentu saja kan ku balas seisi jiwa. Tiada lagi yang ganggu kita. Ini kesungguhan, sungguh aku sayang kamu. Ingin ku berjalan menyusuri cinta yang abadi untukmu selamanya. Hey ya 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 ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya.
Hati yang termanis dan penuh cinta, tentu saja kan ku balas seisi jiwa.
Tiada lagi yang ganggu kita. Ini kesungguhan, sungguh aku sayang kamu. Penuh cinta, tentu saja kan ku balas seisi jiwa. Tiada lagi yang ganggu kita. Ini kesungguhan, sungguh aku sayang kamu. Ini kesungguhan, sungguh aku sayang kamu. Sungguh aku sayang kamu. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Once more. Arjuna, boleh nyanyi lagi? Mbak Lulu, boleh? Kita berdangdut bersama, Mbak Lulu. Kita nyanyi boleh kali ya? Siapanya yang ulang tahun?
Hari ini hari yang kau tunggu, bertambah 1 tahun usiamu, bahagialah kamu. Yang ku beri bukan jam dan cincin, bukan seikat bunga atau puisi, juga kalung hati. Maaf, bukannya pelit atau gak mau.
Boleh tepuk tangan dulu. Kita ucapkan selamat ulang tahun untuk Ibu Fajar.
Semoga Tuhan melindungi kamu, serta tercapai semua angan dan cita-citamu. Mudah-mudahan panjang, sehat selama-lamanya.
Oh, duet. Iya, tabola balai mau Ibu? Apa? Tabola balai. Yang mana itu? Yang dia dan makin gagal bikin kakak. Pakai lirik. Oke. Sebentar ya. Mau ngambil lirik apa? Oh, Mbak Lulu. Katanya mau tabola balik. Mbak Lulu biar emosinya terluapkan. Jangan tabola balik. Lalu apa? Ada di gitu. Iya.
Happy birthday to Ibu Tripajar, your mama. God bless you. Ini orang polimedia semua.
Aku dendangkan lagu Melayu.
atas kepala, lipatlah tangan sanggul di pedung, kita berdendang bersukaria, lagu Nazapin, aduhai saya rentak Melayu. Raja di laut bersemayam di bukit batu. Hai hati siapa, hai tak terpaut mendengar lagu Zapin Melayu. Laksmana raja di laut bersemayam di bukit batu. Hai hati siapa, hai tak terpaut mendengar lagu Zapin Melayu. Membawa tepang hantaran belanja, bertatap perak indah berseri, kami bertanda menghidup dia tidak Melayu. Aduhai sayang hilang di bumi, petilah gambus lantang berbunyi, disambut dengan tingkah meruas. Saya bernyanyi sampai di sini, mudah-mudahan hadirin semua menjadi puas. Mana raja di laut bersemayam di bukit batu. Hai hati siapa, hai tak terpaut mendengar lagu Zapin Melayu. Laksmana raja di laut bersemayam di bukit batu. Hai hati siapa, hai tak terpaut mendengar lagu Zapin Melayu. Thank you.
Cek. Mic satu lagi. Mic satu lagi.
Yang tapi yang ini ya, nggak usah lama, yang menitnya. Lama berapa menit?
Menghujam jantungku.
Menghujam aja mau lama aja.
Mbak katanya belum. Katanya belum.
Baik, kembali lagi bersama saya. Di sini kita akan menyanyikan lagu Menghujam Jantungku dari Tompi. Yang mau lagunya boleh nyanyikan bareng.
seperti cahaya hadirmu di duniaku, seperti ribuan bintang yang menghujam jantungku. Oh, 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 kau membuatku merasakan indahnya jatuh cinta, indahnya dicintai saat kau jadi milikku. Oh, takkan ku lepaskan dirimu, oh cintaku, teruslah kau bersemi di dalam lubuk hatiku. Seperti cahaya hadirmu di duniaku, seperti ribuan bintang yang menghujam jantungku. Kau membuatku merasakan indahnya jatuh cinta, indahnya dicintai saat kau jadi milikku. Oh, takkan ku lepaskan dirimu, oh cintaku, teruslah kau bersemi. Kau buatku merasa indahnya jatuh cinta, indahnya dicintai saat kau jadi milikku. Oh, takkan ku lepaskan dirimu, oh cintaku, teruslah kau bersemi di dalam lubuk hatiku. One more. Okay. The last is Tabola Ballet, which is the song that used two of Indonesia's tribes' language for the lyrics. They are language from West Sumatra or Padang and language from the East region of Indonesia. Okay, Tabola Ballet. Ada kali ya yang mau maju satu? Arjuna boleh maju lagi. Boleh dibesarin aja suara musiknya. Jadi bareng-bareng ya. Makin gagal bikin kakak jadi suka. Dulu ada rambut kepang dua, sekarang rambut merah-merah. Kakak lihat ada tambah manis, bola rantau dari mana? Aduh ada nona jantan lalu pasang kayak depan kakak. Kakak jadi jatuh kakak tak boleh balik. Lihat ada nona semakin menyalai. Kakak hati susah, ada bikin kakak mete. Tidur malam bola balik sejak kakak lihat ade. Aduh Tuhan ampuni. Jadi salting sampai mood berubah. Semangat tiba-tiba gara-gara ada nona. Ini bidadari timur siapa yang punya? Kakak lacak kopu nama, langsung tanya kopu mama. Barang itu terpakai lama, ternyata ada anak bernama Maimunah. Maimunah, lucunya kakak harap bisa ke rumah. Kalau terima sapu cinta, kakak janji kita langsung menikah. Sarupo itu hanya takwik mencali ya udah coba buatan dulu dan naila suko mencali aku udah bakawan rasa ke ado nanti denai diamkan waduh ini anak kakak sebalik dapat tambah bening ngacalah gaya semakin beda. Ada mama siapa punyaan dulu masih kici Nona sekarang paling jauh makin cantik. Nona kau perfect sekali asli bidadari jatuh dari lakang lo. Jadi dengar kekas tuh pemaboto sepastikan nih ada pujara sumpah di jelas ada you amara. Biar Nona makin gagal bikin kakak jadi suka. Boleh dong goyang bareng di sini teman-teman yang baju hitam ini. Hati susah ada bikin kakak mete tidur malam bola balik sejak kakak lihat ada aduh Tuhan ampun ada bikin kakak mete tidur malam bola balik sejak kakak lihat ada aduh Tuhan ampun. Terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Aku yang lemah tanpamu, aku yang rentan karena cinta yang telah hilang berimu, yang mampu menyanjungku selama mata terbuka sampai jantung tak berdetak. Selama itu pun aku mampu untuk mengenang darimu. Ku temukan hidupku bagiku, kaulah cinta sejati. Bila yang tertulis untukmu adalah yang terbaik untukmu, kan ku jadikan kau kenangan yang terindah dalam hidupku. Namun takkan mudah bagiku meninggalkan jejak hidupmu yang telah terukir abadi sebagai kenangan yang terindah.
Ayo, lari nyanyi bareng-bareng ya.
Bila yang tertulis untukku adalah yang terbaik untukmu, kan ku jadikan kau kenangan yang terindah dalam hidupku. Namun takkan mudah bagiku meninggalkan jejak hidupmu yang telah terukir abadi sebagai kenangan yang terindah. Ho, 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 ho. Sebagai kenangan yang terindah.
Terima kasih Pak Yunus. Pak Yunus.
We want more. Ayo lagi satu lagu lagi.
The first category is Best Presenter. And the best presenters are Best Presenter Room 1, Ibu Sari Setianing Sitias, Eskom MTI.
Best Presenter Room 2, Mr. Swastono Putro Pirastyo Espar Empar.
The best presenters for Room 3, Mr. Adrians SSI MSN.
Best Presenter Room 4, Ibu Trifajar Yurmama SS Kom MT.
The best presenter for Room 5, Nuryanti Sitorus.
And best presenter Room 6 is Ibu Diah Ayu Kunti Puspitasari from Multimedia Univ Malaysia.
We kindly invite the best presenters to join on the stage and for Miss Zainab to give the awards to the winner. And now for the best papers for Room 1 is Dr. Khalid Mawardi Eskom MT.
Best paper from Room 2, Mrs. Sartika Ekadiasa MICOM.
The best paper for Room 3 is Mr. Muhammad Suhaili SAMCOM.
Best paper from Room 4, Miss Zainab SS MSI.
The best paper for Room 5 is Miss Lala Hukadinota Ainul Amri from University Technology Mara.
And the last one, the best paper from Room 6 is Mr. Evrizal Siregar.
We kindly invite all of the winners to join on stage and Mr. Adrians to give the awards to the winner.
Congratulations to the award winners and thank you to all participants for your valuable contribution.
And now, we would like for Dr. Handika to say a few words to officially close GCOMS 2025.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude the 4th Jakarta International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies, GCOM 20 and 25, I would like to thank all distinguished guest speaker, participant, and also committee member for making this event a meaningful success. And also, congratulations for all winners in this session. Our past session, we have shared knowledge, exchanged perspective, and built connection that truly reflect the spirit of multidisciplinary studies. May the ideas and partnership formed here continue to grow and inspire positive change in our field and communities. On behalf of the organization committee, thank you once again for your active participation. We are looking forward to welcoming you for the 5 GCOMs next year. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Handika. As the conference comes to an end, we remember the lessons learned and the connections built throughout the day.
Our sincere thanks to the organizing committee, technical and support staff, speakers, moderators, presenters, and all participants for making GCOMS 2025 a success.
Before we part, we would like to invite all of the participants to join on stage for a photograph session.